JKL Anishinaabe Grant School Committee meeting. It's January 13th, 2026. It's 9:03 a.m. Roll call, please.
Sandy can't find the link to sign in.
Larry Barbeau.
Here.
Sean Borowitz.
Here.
Lana Cosley-Smith. Kimberly Gravel. Here. Kimberly Hampton. Tyler LaPlante. Kimberly Lee. Austin Lowe's.
Here.
Michael McCurchie.
Here.
Rob McGrory. Aaron Paymont.
Here.
Bridget Sorensen. Isaac McKechnie.
Here.
That's 7.
Okay, we have a quorum, so on the agenda, we have minutes from 12/9/25, JKL school expansion, and then we have public comment on JKL school expansion, school reports, new business, financials, close, committee comments. Need a motion to approve the agenda.
Motion.
Got a motion, support? Got a motion, support, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Need a motion to approve the minutes from 12/9/25.
Motion.
Second.
Got a motion and support, all in favor? All opposed? Motion carried. School expansion. Carolyn.
Minokajab, good morning. Carolyn Dale, Superintendent at JKL Bawating Anishinaabe School. And I will summarize the high school expansion to date. Really back in early years of my time, in my 26 years at JKL in about 2000, there was a lot of talk about the high school. 2003, I remember, was the first real push for a high school. A lot of changeover in administration and superintendents. The work I did was as the Director of Curriculum and Instruction. I tried again in 2005. The board at that time, the charter school portion board, again was hiring another superintendent, and that passed by. Many surveys have been done over the years. I knew through the time and talking to parents and students that high school was something that if I ever did become superintendent that I'd be interested in pursuing. Fast forward to today when I am superintendent, that was something that I wanted to get started. So prior to me bringing this to the fiduciary in March of 2025, formally, I think that was March 5th, of last year, I did a lot of work with surveys, which I've given to the fiduciary to see if there was actually an interest, which there is and continues to be. Met with parents, had formal committee meetings, got ideas from staff members, met with my admin team many, many times, went over financials, and finally came to the time where I could write a plan, which you also have. So looking at a 9th grade, adding a year each year, that was a successful process throughout my tenure at JKL, is adding another grade level. I can see how that worked. Ending at 5th grade, adding a 6th, a 7th, and an 8th. I think we offer proof of concept. We are an actual operating school that does very well in all regard. That's not something that a committee typically has, is that proof of concept, so I'm happy to offer that to you as our methodology. And we would like to have a hybrid school where all students are on site with some online supports, because that's just the wave of the future. Because of where we are, we're geographically segregated, that we have to use state-of-the-art equipment in order to bring in some of the specialists in the fields that we want our kids to have that edge as they move into the rest of their lives. Also, workplace experience, really leveraging the tribe and all the tribe has to offer, which is also in the plan. And I would like students to leave, if at all possible, with an associate degree level of credit or a journeymanship or some other credential or pre-credential, let's say if they want to be a journeyman or an electrician, and all leveraging the trades. All of those things are very important because we don't want our tribal kids to have student loans, or any students to have student loans. So the more that they can get before they move on to whatever the next step is very beneficial. Lastly, in working with Northern Michigan University, I did provide a letter to Lana, which I have here with me. I don't know if she had a chance to give it to you, but that just shows their timeline. They're very supportive. That was something that the committee wanted to hear about last time. I do have that email here if we need another copy of it, showing us a quick track timeline that they're willing to work with us on for even next year or in the future, slowing that timeline down. So whatever it is that we need, they're willing to work with us because, again, they have that proof of concept that we are a highly successful operating school. What other questions can I answer at this time?
Not really, well, I guess it would be a question. Could you provide some feedback if we were to expand to a high school? I know you talked about it, expanding one grade per year, but where that would be located, how we do selections, just for the audience's benefit.
Yes, absolutely. So we follow state law for lottery, so kids, their parents, on behalf of their children would apply. We have an application process that we follow. We're very strict about it. We have to be, it's the law. We fill the number of seats, which would be 23 plus 2, so probably we'd fill the full 25 seats in this case because that's what the budget is based on. So through the application process, there is a lottery. First would be anyone who is already attending school would have first priority. Anyone who has a sibling or anyone that is a staff member, that's the 3-level priority. And then from there, we do a drawing that's all done electronically by Carolyn MacArthur. Just to make it absolutely fair, we do it in public. Everybody watches the drawing, and then we read the names. And then anybody who's left over is put on a wait list.
So the first year, if we were to expand, it would just be 9th grade. How many students would be in the 9th grade class?
25.
Are you confident we can get 25 students?
Yes, I am.
And could you also remind the public how this was a student-driven initiative?
Yes, it was a student-driven initiative. I was at a Jingtamuk out in Hessel, and I had a group of students approach me. One, in fact, was your nephew and 2 others, Susan Solomon's students. And they said, hey, Dr. Dale, we would like to see a high school start at JKL. And I said, so would I. I said, what are your thoughts about it? And they came under my tent and started talking, and then they asked if they could do a presentation to the school board. And then Mrs. Solomon asked, who was also there, asked if this could be part of their gifted and talented. They have to do it independent and group studies and presentation based on research. And I said, absolutely, you can present to me, then you can present to my board, and I will ask if you can present to the fiduciary, which they did all of those things.
Okay, and one final question, and this would be a combination of you and Bill Connolly. So we've done school expansion in the past where we financed it and then paid it off with ISEP funding. So Bill, could you explain how we would fund operations of a 9th grade, how we would finance construction, and your financial opinion, based on our track record of using ISEP dollars to pay off those loans, is that something financially feasible for the tribe and JKL?
Well, essentially, expanding the school portion of it does come from ISEP funds, as you mentioned, and we do have funds available for that. And so we've built up a little bit of a bank of ISEP funds over the years that would help fund the expansion. If we did get into construction, generally how that has taken place is that the facilities department of the school puts together the plans and whatnot and oversees any construction that would go on. If we needed to borrow funds, then the facilities department would borrow the funds, and the rent paid by the school and any additional support from the JKL Fiduciary Committee side of things would then make the loan payments. And we are doing that right now with the middle school, and it's working out quite well.
Okay, and would expanding to the high school grades be financially feasible, in your opinion, based on our track record of paying off the debt to build the space with ISEP dollars?
Yes. Yes, it would.
Okay, that's all the questions I have at this point.
Aaron, and then Kim.
So, you forgot to mention legacy preference. Students who are, or matriculation preference. Students who went through JKL can be provided preference for selection. So, is that correct?
Yes, I did say current students.
Oh, okay. All
Yeah,
right.
sorry, that's what I
I just want to make that
meant.
part clear.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
And also, we are a tribal school, so our focus is on our tribe, on our culture, our history, our language. We will never fully attract non-native people. We do have some. And we have, although we don't look at those numbers directly, we believe that we have about, well, the majority, if not up to 65, 70% fluctuation that are tribal. So we are a tribal school. Even though we're a state charter school, there's requirements under state charter. There's anti-discrimination, Elliott Larson, under the state charter, but that also applies under the BIE. And a lot of times, people don't understand that. We wrestled through that around 2002, and we got legal opinions from the BI, from the federal government that we can't discriminate. I wanted to also just to do a quick walkthrough on the chronology. In 1992, I was the tribe's federal state policy administrator, and fresh out of grad school, and I had research skills, so I was asked to do the original survey, environmental scan, of whether our people, our tribe, wanted our own school, and it was overwhelming. It was 80% of the people. Those comments are embedded in the original application. There's been back and forth over the years about whether or not we intended to do a high school. It is conclusive that we have always wanted to do a high school, and the federal government acknowledges that. How do we know that? Because when we justified to get funding for Malcolm, there was an acknowledgement in writing from the BIE and the Department of Interior that we have always intended to have a high school. In fact, if you go back, I provided the board a copy of our original application cover letter. The cover letter to Betty Walker, who was the line officer at the time in 1994, it's very clear, grades K through 12. But it also said that we would phase in implementation and add grades. But the approval for K through 12 was granted both in the application and the acceptance of the application and the funding that we received. Never have they said that you don't have approval. And the original resolution, so here's another thing to keep in mind. We follow, our resolutions are tribal law. The only resolution on record regarding the school and how we would operate says K-12. That is a resolution of, it's 93-168. We have not replaced or rescinded that resolution, so our intent and our current law is that we operate a K through 12 education system. Also, we surveyed the members in 2000, because we were trying to get a push, maybe about 2000, because you were just coming on around that time. We polled, we got permission from the tribe, we used 2% dollars, and we polled our tribal members, and they overwhelmingly said they wanted our own high school. This is 25 years ago. And then last year, you polled the parents, and overwhelmingly, they want a high school. So our constituency wants a high school. When we first opened, we had a lot of pushback from the public schools. They wouldn't even really talk to us for a couple years. They were so angry with us. But that was an anti-charter school sort of movement. Over the years, we have enrolled, every time we've done an expansion, we've had, we do a call out, and then we have a waiting list. Up to 40% of the slots available, we have a waiting list for people to get in. So we have more than proof of concept. We have a demonstration quality education, so when we do expand, we do get the students, which means we do get the ISEP funding, which means this is a perfectly viable business proposition. This is one of the very best things that we have ever done in our tribe, and we're the most successful. We've gotten national awards, state awards, Golden Apple. I still have my little Golden Apple at home. and several awards that we've gotten over the years. Also, I wanted to make this part clear because, again, there seems to be some not understanding that we do have approval. In 2014, the BIE held consultation sessions across the country, and I attended several of them, and it was for BIE reform. There was some opposition for some Lakota tribes, and so I had to confront that, and I got a resolution passed at NCAI in support of the BIE reform. That was to change us from line officers and like a strict bureaucracy to more like a charter operation. And so our experience as a charter school gave me that. I'm formerly the past president of our charter school and also JKL fiduciary, and Isaac was also a former president and our current chair of the fiduciary. And with that contribution that we made to the federal government, we were asked by the BIE director at the time, Dr. Monty Russell, what does your tribe need in your education programming? And I said, you know what, you asked me the right question. We want our high school. We've been fighting for this for years, and the BIE lost the application. And he said, well, let's take a look at it. He assigned the deputy solicitor, Anne Marie Bledsoe Downs, to take a look at it, and she concluded that we did have approval for high school, that it wasn't in question. And then I met shortly after that with Assistant Secretary Washburn and then BIE Director Tony Dearman, and shared that information with them, and they said, we don't see any problem with it. There's nothing holding you back. Let's move forward. It did take us probably another 3 or 4 years before the fiduciary accepted that conclusion, and then we did add funding for Malcolm. Currently, our interest is continuing to support Malcolm. In fact, we did a 2-year extension. You were present when we voted on that. The record will show I conditioned my vote on supporting the 2-year expansion and continuing to support Malcolm, but with JKL being principally our high school, and then continuing a contract with Malcolm. We're always going to need Malcolm. We're always going to need Sandy Corbier's expertise with working with Indian kids. And it's clear that the federal government will allow us to do that. There's some questions at this table whether or not that's true, but I think we're going to get those answers today. Finally, what I wanted to say, I'm passionate about this because I'm our former president. I've had several nephews and nieces that have gone to school there, and as well as we prepare them when they leave our system, they have to learn how to survive in the public school system. That shouldn't be the case because we can do it ourselves. And most of my nephews and nieces, and you guys all know who they are in the past, they excelled at JKL. They were gifted and talented, they got all A's, and they failed to graduate from Sioux schools. I'm a failure. I didn't graduate from Sioux schools, but I have a doctorate and 3 master's degrees. So we need our own opportunity. We need our own supportive opportunity that the public schools will never have that. And finally, last year I spoke at graduation for 8th grade. My niece was in the 8th grade. I embarrassed her when I spoke at graduation. She is brilliant. She has physical special needs. She has emotional special needs. She is not going to graduate from Sioux High. It's not going to happen. She would graduate at JKL, and she needs and deserves the opportunity. We said in 1992, the people said that we want this. Our board of directors in this resolution in 1993 have committed, and this has not been rescinded. This is the policy of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians, that we have our own high school. This has not been changed. So I'm hoping that the current powers that be respect the will of the people and the actual law of the tribe, which is to have our own K through 12 system. So with that, I yield.
Kim?
Okay, I just have some money questions. How long do we think that this would be a temporary high school at the cop shop, if that's what we're going with? And when do we plan on starting to build a permanent high school, and where?
I think statistically, looking at a 3 to 5 year plan, the sooner the better, absolutely. I would say hopefully no more than 3 years at that small facility. And the where would either be across the street.
Which I
or-
think is a good spot.
I do too. or behind the school, but that has some problems because there's a private owner back there that has this small grid of property who won't sell. So luckily across the street, and it keeps just kind of separated and kind of a nice building spot.
Okay, and then, did we get an amount on how much it would cost to remodel the cop shop?
I have a letter from Andrew that I gave to Lana, but I did bring it as well. It's in the packet. So no, he just basically says that they're in good shape but need some cosmetic work. I respectfully disagree with him that new flooring is needed. I looked at it very carefully. I think it's in amazing shape somehow. Maybe it must have been really good quality flooring. That was really the only difference that I had with him in the letter. So I guess I'm just taking that at face value, that they're in good shape.
Okay, because I would like to see us start building a new high school right away and not sink money into an old building.
Yes.
But, and then, Bill, how much is in the fund equity account?
For the fund equity, Director Curvell is made up of the interest earnings that the temporary investments have for the fiduciary committee, so this, let me get there.
Well, Bill is looking, I want to add that Maximo is a system that the school uses to apply for funding for building and improvements. And the high school was added with a full engineering layout in 2018. So I wouldn't give up hope on that funding.
Okay, currently, through the end of November, I haven't finished December yet, but it's approximately 2.8 million.
Okay. And does anyone have any idea what it would cost to build a new high school? I know we could get the money back, but just curious, would it be a two-story?
We had estimates. They're old now, though.
I was
but,
gonna say they're
There was
probably-
this big grand plan to go out to Odanung that the tribe never asked for. That one was like $30 million. But I think that the lesser estimates were about 16 to 18 million, but again, that's pretty old. And that was for a fully fledged structure.
Point of inquiry based on that financial question and answer from Bill. Aside from that pot of funding that Kim mentioned, can you identify any other funding that can be used for construction, operating costs?
Well, the facilities side of things definitely would have to borrow the majority of those costs for whatever it would be. And then we'd have to work out a deal with the rent to make sure that the increase in the rent then would cover the debt service and then the operating costs.
So it'd be
thank you.
kind of set up like when we did the gym, right? Okay.
I think you should also explore 105 leasing. That's a new
Absolutely.
programming that's been open to schools that wasn't previously open to schools because then the BIE literally pays you back.
Could you explain that program? I don't think Mike will mind, but we use 105 leasing for the health division. What it basically does is the federal government compensates you for the operation costs. They do a market study based on what the real estate is worth and what fair market value is on it, but it's something that we should be doing everywhere that we can.
Right, and that was brought up previously, but I believe your attorney who's no longer here didn't recommend it for the previous setup because you would lose money as a tribe, but starting fresh, I say keep it as it is. I don't want the tribe to lose money. We pay $55,000 a month in rent, so keep that intact. But then moving forward with just the high school, enact the 105 leasing.
Mike?
Bill had brought up the middle school expansion. I wanted to check to see what is the status of that loan and whatnot?
Let me look.
Okay, I guess while Bill's looking that up, I'm gonna express my concern that I expressed last time, and then what has nothing, I fully support going to high school. I fully support, us exploring other options. My biggest concern has always been those buildings. I don't believe we can renovate those buildings with the allotted budget that we have, where right now we're looking at a $10,000 budget to make it BIE compliant. I don't think we can get there. I don't think those buildings can get there. And I seen the emails from facilities, and just from our experience of renovating our buildings, we eat up $10,000 really quick. So I like the idea that we just heard about across the street. I think we should have explored that option more in depth and see what it was gonna cost, see where we're at with the expansion loan, and look at getting another loan and adding on to that. And if we need to do it in phases, we can do it in a good way, I think that's what we should have explored as the goal. So, I guess I'll wait to hear from Bill on that, and then I'll got some other comments.
I've got it now, Mike. The current balance on the middle school loan is $525,000 at the end of December. We pay $25,000 a month towards principal, or $300,000, so we've got less than 2 years left.
Thank you, Bill.
Austin?
So I have a comment and then a question. So I don't see an issue with renovating that space. You know, I think we have a duty to our tribe and the overall community not to let buildings rot. So regardless of what we're going to use of that building, it needs to be brought up to snuff. I don't think it's in as bad a shape as some people envision, considering very recently we had staff working there. And if it's in bad condition, then shame on us for requiring them to work in a building of that condition. The other question I have, this will be to Letitia Willette, whose official title is Land and Tax Administrator. So she manages the 2% program. So I think there's at least one person on the board that may be reluctant to be supportive of a high school just due to how it may financially impact Malcolm. So we give Malcolm High School about $200,000 in ISEP funds for you know, what they work with their students on credit recovery and things like that. Letitia, in the odd event that we can't use those ISEP funds for a JKL high school and to help supplement Malcolm, which Aaron doesn't believe will be the case, could we utilize 2% funds to replace that $200,000?
For Malcolm specifically?
Yes.
Yes.
So organizations are eligible for 2% funding when they're impacted by gaming. They're eligible, so they would more or less just have to make a proposal similar to how Red Yard schools did one. We pay $50,000 a year to Malcolm to help pay for their not their gymnasium, but their swimming pool. It wouldn't be any different. So, you know, if worst comes to worst and you can't fund both with ISEP dollars, all you'd have to do is look at which of the long-term agreements are expiring or have already expired, and have Malcolm enter an agreement with you, and you can do that this very year. You know, all you need to have to do is have a majority of the board, and if you want to use short-term funding, all you need is the Unit 1 members to do it. So, you know, it's very, very simple and very attainable.
Hey, Austin, just to add to vacant buildings, I think we spend roughly, Holly, over $2 million a year on vacant buildings. And tribal ops, so any more buildings that we leave out there, there's still a cost to keep that building. So I'm hoping we can get that down to zero eventually in the next year, but that'll be some time.
And I
Hey,
do understand.
Mary, go
I
ahead.
do understand the concern about the buildings, and I've thought a lot about it. And when I weigh the number of students who we lose every year, lose into a system, because remember, not all of our kids go to Sioux area schools. They go to Brimley schools, they go to Rudyard schools, they go to St. Ignace schools. This is not a Sioux area school comment, it's a big school comment. That a lot of our kids need longer, they need more services longer, and for every year we delay, we lose this group of kids. And so that's really where my vision is, to try to have something temporary in place that's not just online prior to getting through the hurdles of building. But of course, I agree with everyone that we do need a new school building. I just wanted to explain why the urgency in my mind.
Hey, Carolyn, we converted a garage into a classroom. We have the self-contained rooms. In comparison to the buildings, the old police station and the old enrollment building, those are pretty much comparable, don't you think? I mean, I've been
They're in
in all
better
those
shape.
buildings, in the attics, under the crawl spaces. I mean,
I would estimate, and I'm not an expert, but I would estimate that compared to the all-day resource room in the special services building, that those buildings are in better shape, to my visual estimation.
hey, Mary, I seen you had your hand up. You want to just introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about the funding?
Oh, sure. Good morning, everybody. I'm Mary Pavel. I'm a partner at Sonoski Chambers, Saxe, Anderson, and Perry, and had the privilege of working with the Sault Ste. Marie tribe for my entire career, so more than 30 years. So student funding, ISEP funding is one component of the funding that the school gets, and Dr. Dale can certainly talk about the funding that she gets. And you know, as we think about grade expansion, you know, and I agree with what Director Payment, you know, has articulated in terms of what the BIE understands is the vision and the direction that Sault Ste. Marie was entered into the program with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, you know, almost 30 years ago. But ISEP funding is funding that just for FY26 is holding steady this year. So the bill that just passed the House on Friday and is going to pass the Senate this week has maintained the level of funding at the FY25 level, which was at the FY24 level. So the last 2 years that funding has held steady. So it's so important, the work that Dr. Dale is doing to make sure that the other resources through the Department of Education funding is accessed, and you know, and all of those funding, because ISEP isn't the only bucket of funds that will be eligible as the tribe moves, if the tribe moves towards grade expansion. The Department of Education fundings are equally as important as well. You know, so that includes you know disability students funding, rural funding, school bus funding. So there are other pots of money outside of the ISEP funding that you know, are available to the school, JKL, and will be available if the tribe moves into great expansion.
Thank you, Mary. You're exactly right. And I also think it's very important that the high school not affect current operations, and that's why the budget I presented is exclusive to the high school and self-sustaining.
Robert? And then Aaron.
Hey, I just want to say that I appreciate the sentiments that were given that we keep the funding for Malcolm, but I want to make sure that absolute should. I would like to do a motion to mandate that in the instant that the BIA does not cover the Malcolm funding, that we will do so through 2%. I want to make sure that's included in this moving forward, so that way it's a guarantee. Can you guys hear me?
We got a motion and a second. Okay, Aaron first.
So, thank you, Rob, for that. I wasn't prepared to jump right to that, but I do want to ask Letitia, as we're getting ready to vote on this, how much are we currently giving Sioux Area Public Schools in terms of 2% overall? I know at one time we were funding the Native American Advisor. We fully fund and have for probably 25, 30 years, the truancy officer, the detention officer, and I have some funny feelings about funding detention officers because But that is what we've been doing for many, many years. I think we've given Sioux Area Public Schools well over $1.5 million over the years. I'm not going to ask you to grab that, Letitia. But in about 2005 or 6, the Board of Directors voted to prioritize the use of 2%. And that has not been rescinded. And that priority is that we, in this order, we fund and support education, mutual aid agreements, that's the law enforcement mutual aid agreements, and recreation. That's never been rescinded. We did that in, I think, 2001 or 2, because we were getting far astray in 2% on the requests we were getting and what we were funding. But the board voted then, and I think the only board member still on the board is Lana, so she might remember it, but it was to commit to those priorities. So this fits perfectly with that priority. I support that because I don't want there to be a risk that we won't continue. I'm genuine in supporting Malcolm, but I also want to eliminate that as an excuse not to support it. I don't know if we're going to hear from Tony Dearman today, but I think that you're going to hear that there is no problem with us continuing to support Malcolm while also supporting K-12 at JKL. So that's kind of like a false narrative to think that there's a conflict there, because there isn't. That's my understanding. And so and then I'll have my hand raised after we vote on this for other items.
Mike?
We can make a recommendation to the board, but we can't vote on 2% allocation at JKL fiduciary. We'd have to, we can make a recommendation to the big board.
Yeah.
But that would have to be done through Reso at the board, so I just want to make sure that we're clear on that.
Yeah, that's correct.
I'd like to take the opportunity once again to express how supportive I am of Malcolm. I've never wavered in that, and of Sioux Area Schools, for which I attended. And I do agree, I'm not an attorney. I do have a lot of practice in working within the law, and I do believe and agree with Chairman Paymont, or excuse me, Director Paymont, well, you were for some time, Director Paymont, that both can be funded, both Malcolm and JKL. It's already proven in current practice. And
Hey,
I can-
Rob, did you have any additional comments?
Not at this time.
Okay, and your motion is to move that to the big board?
Yeah, I'll have to switch my motion to move it to the big board, but I don't think that gives me time to make the
Without
decision.
objection?
So without objection, is anyone opposed to Rob changing it so it's a mere recommendation to the big board rather than actionable at this level?
Okay, we got a motion and support. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Aaron?
Okay, so first of all, when Mary spoke, she was a little, actually, let me back up. So she was the chief of staff for the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs under Senator Tester when he was chair of the Committee on Indian Affairs, which is the main funding source for the country, and she was actually the chief of staff. So our work with Mary has been really, really good over the years, so I appreciate that. And then Dr. Dale, you were mentioning, Mary was mentioning title funding. We do receive a disproportionate amount of title funding because we do have a very high need population. Everything that Mary mentioned, rural education, literacy, free and reduced lunch, what other ones is there? There's
Rural programming,
special education.
31AA,
Yeah.
special education at risk.
And while a lot of those are at risk under the current administration, under the Department of Education, moving those funds, and I know this is very controversial, but moving those programs and funds out of the Department of Education over to the BIE is actually insulating those funds. The intent is to continue to support those title equity programs under the BIE, Department of Interior, and we have alignment with key representatives in Congress like Tom Cole, who's Chickasaw, and he is the chair of appropriations, and Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, who have been making sure that the funding that tribes get in education continues, even though the U.S. Department of Education is in the process of being dismantled. So while other public schools have a threat to those title funding, it's more secure for Indian country as it moves over to the interior and the BIE. So, but I started out by saying we have a disproportionate number of high-need students, so we do get that additional funding. And that's one of the things that's very different about what we do at JKL. In the public schools, they have a responsibility to educate kids, right? They get funding to do that, but too often they look for ways to get out of the obligation, and they don't fully meet their needs. It's completely different at JKL. We have a focus on the needs of the students first. In the past, we've implemented a reverse RTI, response to intervention. We treat all of our students as if they deserve an IEP and they deserve that additional attention, and we provide the services for them. You do not get that in the public schools. So that's where my expertise comes into play, and part of my recommendation that, that we would be better served to do our own school system. You know, I agree with Director Gravel that it would be nice if, in the ideal, if we could just build our own high school and start out at that level. But our administrator, Dr. Dale, is giving us a conservative implementation approach, which is, let's do ninth grade, let's demonstrate that we can get the enrollments. When we get the enrollments, we get the revenue, okay? And so that softens the potential financial impact. So, and once we get that revenue, it's, again, proof of concept. We demonstrate our quality. We are going to, every year that we expand, we're going to get twice as many student supply as we're able to accommodate. And the proof of that is, in the past, every time that we've had an expansion, and I'm not blowing smoke here, every time we've done an expansion, we've had probably 40% additional interest in coming to our school that we haven't been able to accommodate. So what I'm talking about when I say that 40% is we have 40, 50, 60 students that are waiting to get in, and but we couldn't do it because we weren't budgeted for that. So it makes great sense in a conservative approach to do the expansion and then continue to expand as we demonstrate our ability to generate revenue. As far as the conditions of the existing building, I don't think that's true. I'll not call into question somebody's estimate of that, but again, our chairman clarified that we've had people in there for years, and we have done renovations in those buildings in the last 10 years. It's not like they've been sat dilapidated. The one building is on a concrete slab. We built it that way because it was our enrollment. Then it became it was our court. Then it was, renovation happened in order for it to be enrollment because it had to be on a concrete slab. And then the house used to be, I went to school with Natalie Adams. She went to Finlayson, and that was renovated. We've used that as our police station. We call it the cop shop. And then it was natural resources. And so shame on us if those were dilapidated and not, they will take a little bit of money to renovate them, to get them up and running. But again, that will then allow us to have a school and then generate revenue and have ISEP funding that then proves that we're ready to make another expansion. So I think that's it for now.
I think it will be,
ready.
I think it will be the cutest little high school, concept that has been seen in some time. It's something different, and I think it's just going to be amazing.
Tyler?
Yeah, so I guess I don't understand what the conversation is, because it seems like everybody's telling us why we should have a high school. I mean, it's given, we're a tribe, we're a sovereign nation, and historically our students do better in our own self-guided programming, and the district does better. If you look at the statistics, JKL frequently outperforms the surrounding schools in the district. So for me, it's a no-brainer. Let's do a high school, let's take care of our own students, and eventually the general population will start transferring over to the point where, we'll have the same issue with JKL, is that we're having more students apply for our school than we have seats available. I guess, like, is there an argument against this? Like, because I haven't heard an argument against it. I've only heard arguments for it because, like, if there's no argument against it, let's just vote and get it done and hopefully have a new high school open in a few years.
So,
Like,
point of
I
information.
just, I feel like we're wasting a lot of time here, and we know that the funding exists. We know about 105L leasing because we're transitioning all of our other organizations in the health division into it as frequently or as soon as we're able to. But this needs to be done. It needs to be done for our kids. And granted, yes, I'm in Unit 5, but it doesn't matter. It still helps our tribal kids. Like, it helps our, if we can do something to help our tribal youth, why wouldn't we just do it? Like,
Hey,
all right,
Tyler,
okay.
at the last meeting, there was a proposed resolution for the high school, and there was questions that some of the board members have, so this is just the follow-up to it. And
Yeah,
Austin,
I know. I was in the last meeting, but like all of the stuff has been answered in paperwork. So I don't. There's been no argument here today against it. So let's just move it forward.
So I had a point of information, but no one else is on the list, so I'll just take this as an opportunity to have one last turn. So I'm in agreement with Vice Chairman LaPlante. I don't see any downsides. Both my kids attend JKL, and I can attest that the education is top-notch. My oldest child is disabled, and she receives accommodations at that school that she wouldn't receive at public schools, and her story isn't unique. There's a lot of kids in that situation, and she's actually in the gifted and talented program because she does so well. I don't see a downside either. You know, it seems like if we're going to have it temporarily in one of the smaller buildings, it will be a compromise, but it will set us on the trajectory of having that school. But it will also solve a couple issues for us. Number one, it will help us renovate that building if it's in need of it, because then I assume we're going to pay you, or you guys are going to pay a space cost to help us cover that renovation. And we'll also get a student population to start charging ISEP dollars, which will then help finance the high school when we actually construct one. So what we heard from today is that the students are supportive of this, which is as evidenced by this being a student-driven initiative. We're aware that parents want this, which is evidenced by the high school survey results. And could you remind the board and the public that's here in attendance of that survey result, Dr. Dale? Like, what was the percentage of those in support?
Yes, so fifth grade, 20 were interested, sixth grade, 16 interested, seventh grade, 12 interested, eighth grade, 16 were interested. I should probably read who was not interested, that's more telling. Out of our fifth grade, all fifth grade parents, there was only 2 parents who were not interested in an eventual high school. Sixth grade, only 2 parents who were not interested. Seventh grade, no parents, which would be this group, were not interested. And in eighth grade, there was only 3 not interested. I'm telling you that right now, we're going through our enrollment in our kindergarten roundup, and we're getting applications for ninth grade.
So my point is, this is supported by parents, and if you break it down statistically based on who's in support of it and who isn't, it's single digits who's not supportive of this. So our finance team has also verified that it's financially feasible to construct the high school with ISEP dollars as we've done with previous expansions. JKL is obviously supportive of it, otherwise you wouldn't be here proposing this here today. You know, and if there's any questions of how this is going to financially impact Malcolm, you know, in the odd event that it does, which we've had assurances that it won't, we've already identified a swap in funding, 2%. So the board of directors can do that at the next meeting. They can memorialize the $200,000 that Malcolm receives from ISEP and, you know, just pass a resolution in the event that we can't fund both schools with those ISEP dollars. You know, the first chance that we can with long-term 2%, it automatically goes there and we memorialize it year after year after year. Isaac, I would ask that we wait to vote on this until we have public comment, and then after we speak with Tony Dearman as well, and then the legal department can provide clarification on their legal review as well. So Isaac's chairing this meeting, but is anyone opposed to that?
anybody opposed?
Then I don't see any more hands, and I think
Aaron.
we're ready for public comment.
We got Aaron, then Mike.
Yeah, so as a Unit 1 board member, I would support all of our short-term 2% to be part of that contribution, because you're asking the other units to give up some of the long-term. So I would support, and I believe Director McGrory and Director McKechnie would support 100% of our short term to go to that, then we would only need to ask for the other half of it from the long term. So if that helps, I would support that. So I have a child that's 12 years old. I'm raising a great nephew who was in foster care since he was 1 year old, who suffered trauma. And I'll be a little sketchy on this because I don't want to embarrass any family members, but because of that, he has very high special needs. And it's a constant struggle. It's a lot of work. And I can't imagine him succeeding in the public schools. I can't imagine it. Our school bends over backwards to try to accommodate the child that I'm raising. And so I'm a parent, I'm a constituent of somebody, and he's permanently placed with me. So he'll be with me till he's 18. He's brilliant. I want him to graduate high school. I don't want him to go to the route that all my nephews and nieces went, which was to be successful until they got to the high school system, and then they couldn't make it because it's too big, it's not culturally appropriate to the extent it should be. And so I'm fighting hard because this was our original intent, and I'm fighting for him. And I know that I'm speaking to all the parents of our kids that attend that school, which is a large population of Sioux Tribe members that want this and expect it, and they're waiting for it. They only see excuses at this point. They want this to happen. So one of the things, and I'm not impugning anybody's motivations here, but one of the things might be, what's in it for me? You know, this is Unit 1 primarily, although we do have a lot of students that come from Red Yard, that come from just across the road on Tone Road, that are bused to our school system. So this really is a Unit 1, Unit 2, and there's 7 board members in Unit 1 and Unit 2. But I could still hear, and I'm so proud of our vice chair for supporting it because it's the right thing to do, but not hesitating. But what's in it for Unit 3, Unit 4, and Unit 5? Where we once understood that virtual education was not really in the realm of possibilities, it was kind of on the fringe. The pandemic demonstrated that it absolutely is in the possibility. And so the principal people that we're talking about at Northern, our charter officers, I went to school with our charter officer, Casey. We worked on our doctorate degrees together. And Tony Dearman is a longtime friend of mine, and I've been communicating with them for the last decade. And where virtual education and outreach to the other units, also we couldn't expand beyond Sault Ste. Marie under the BIE rules in the past. That has now changed because we can reach out to our tribal members that live in Unit 2, Unit 3, Unit 4, Unit 5, and provide a virtual education system for them when we're ready. We're not ready yet. We need to get ready and build capacity. But rather than those students in those other districts not making it through the system, there will be an option, a lifeline for them to graduate from high school. I know Marquette, because I did my doctorate degree at Northern, has a really good alternative education system there, so maybe not so much Marquette, but we can reach out. And both our BIE and our charter officers, where they once were hesitant on the concept, they're supportive of the concept now because we've done it. During the pandemic, we made a lot of mistakes. I don't mean we, but the country made a lot of mistakes with virtual education. But virtual education is now possible. So as a high school dropout, I'm concerned about those in Hessel and Cedarville, Nobbinway, Newberry, St. Ignace, Manistee, Escanaba, Marquette, Munising. And we will have an option for them when the time is right, when we have the capacity. And so what's in it for me and the other units? You will eventually have an opportunity for your students. And my hope is that the moratorium on school expansion gets lifted and we can model what we're doing at JKL in every other unit. Why wouldn't we? We're succeeding. We're excelling. Our students have opportunity where they didn't before. Why wouldn't we do that? Other than maybe local politics and opposition from the local school systems. But that shouldn't concern us. What should concern us is providing a quality education for our students first and foremost. So local politics and being friends with local politicians and school systems should be secondary. Our students should be our first priority.
I'm open to online programming eventually for all the units.
Mike? Again, I wanted to say thanks to Director LaPlante for bringing that up, that there is support for the high school. There's nothing but support for the high school. And we believe the funding will follow. So my concerns, as I've already noted, and I feel like I have to say it again and again, is the budget for the renovations, the budget for the rent. I don't think we can sustain it at these numbers. I'll keep saying that. Now, if we need to have more renovation and all that, then I was hoping that we took that time, because this is only since, September, I think, is when you guys toured the buildings. So from September till now, we're making huge decisions, and I think it's rushed. I support a high school. I think we should have looked at expanding the admin building and putting some classes in there and go from there and have a plan that we could add classes after classes. I think we're gonna get stuck with this expansion of being only ninth grade, because we're gonna be putting all of our money into that. And I'm sure that we have some plans, but I just think that we're focusing so much over here that we missed the broader picture. I think we should have done this a little slower and had a master plan that we stuck to. Bill said earlier how we were paying off that debt for the middle school expansion. I think that's the route we should have went and looked at, once we were done with that expansion, to do the next expansion. And I get your sentiment earlier. I'm glad that you shared it with us, that every year that we delay, we're putting some kids at risk. And I just wish that we had better buildings. This budget of $1,000 per month, I think is, I don't know of any of our programs that can run those building cost at $1,000 a month. And I get why we're doing it, because we're trying to be partners here, and we're trying to do a low rent option before we can get it. But again, at this budget with making it compliant, I just don't see it. But I don't want to be the guy that's saying, hey, no to a high school. I'm not saying no to high school. I'm saying no to this location. And I think we needed a better master plan moving forward, but
Mr. Chairman, I hate to interrupt, but
Mike, were you done?
I'll yield.
Okay, Mary?
but I just want to talk, the logistics. Shannon, did we secure this? Does Tony know he needs to join the Zoom? Because Director Dearman had sent a Microsoft Teams invite for this meeting.
We have a couple of the BIA people who have already jumped on just a minute ago. Tony Dearman is not one of them yet,
So
we let them know that we cannot do Teams. We're going to do it via Zoom, and I sent them all the link.
And what I recommend is when Director Dearman is on, we recess to have that conversation with him. He's a high-ranking government official, and he shouldn't be left waiting for our conversation to conclude.
I think the time is now, though.
Is it 10
So
o'clock?
yeah, so he does know to join the Zoom and not the Teams, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Point of inquiry on that. So
Thank you.
I know that, because I've done consultations with, I've organized consultations with another company I work for, and I know that some of the federal government can't do Zoom unless it's Zoom for government. But I do see Sherry Portra. She is with the BIE, I believe. Can she come on and let us know whether or not she thinks Tony is going to be able to join us?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Yes, he should be getting on, and we are able to do Zoom. So he should be, I'm going to text him right now, because there was two different links. So I think that's where the confusion started, is we had one for Teams and we had one for Zoom. So we were all calling one another this morning, which one is the meeting invite. So he should be getting on.
Sherry, can you make sure to send him the link for the Zoom?
I just sent it to
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Can I make a point while we're waiting?
Austin.
Oh, Lana.
Oh, yeah. Lana, then Austin. Then you again?
Yeah, I appreciate Aaron, making those comments about online programming in other units. But unfortunately, we hear that often. I've heard it for a very long time. I've heard it for 2 decades. I've heard that out of JKL. Absolutely. So is there any preliminary plans for expanding outside for, I mean, just even something?
I follow through on my word. You've never heard it from me that I have said I would be
No, no,
interested
no,
in
no,
doing
and
that.
I'm sorry if you
No, I
take it
don't,
that it's
I
from
don't
you,
take it
it's-
that way.
I
What
hear it from this board, yeah.
Yes, I understand, and I don't take it that way. I just wanted to assure you when I say something, I mean it, and I always follow through, and will take any means possible. I taught during COVID for 2 years. I did halftime admin and halftime teaching, and I ran a completely online school parallel to our in-person school. It was year 1 was completely online, years 2 and 3 were run parallel. And again, taught myself. So I know exactly how to run a system like that, so I don't feel uncomfortable or scared about it. And I'm one to jump in if it's gonna help the kids, 100%. My path was set as a cultural person, and I follow that way, and I want that for everybody. So when I tell you that I would definitely be willing to do that, you know, I mean my words. And just so you know that you have my assurance that I'm not put off by it, I'm not scared by it, I'm not worried about it. It's something I've already done, in fact, and I have no problem proceeding with that.
And I appreciate that, you know, and I don't want you to think that this was anywhere directed to you or your staff, because it was not. So there is not any kind of preliminary, although you have the expertise and that's what you're demonstrating, and I completely agree with that. There is no preliminary plan at that point, right now, right?
There is not at that time,
Okay.
at this time, but I can start that,
Yep.
if that's the board's wish.
Yep, and the other thing, you know, I've heard, you know, and, you know, people say, well, you hear from your elders, is that true or not? I have heard from my elders that it's got to be really difficult to go to 8th grade and then try to get into a school system that doesn't have them same values. So I completely agree with that. That'd be a difficult thing to do. But the one question I have, Malcolm will still be funded and kids will still go there. In our are we gonna, do we have a resolution that this is gonna be determined on where the funding's coming from and how much it is? Because I hear that we're gonna take long-term and we're gonna do, so I'm kind of confused.
I can fill
Okay.
you in. So there's a
But my
question whether or
yep,
not
my
you can use.
question is that gonna be all on a,
So first, you probably want to hear from Director Dearman, because
Okay.
he's going to verify whether or not you can pay for ISEP funds at both schools. But in the event that you can't, we've identified an alternative way to continue funding Malcolm at $200,000 per year. So it'd be a combination of long-term and short-term, which the short-term, all you'd have to have is Rob, Isaac, and Aaron be in support of, because it's majority rules on that, but I'm assuming that Mike and Kim would be as well, and that's going to take a big chunk of it off the tab. And then the rest would just be long-term, and I'm sure there's already a lot of long-term programs that we're already paying that have already expired.
okay, yeah.
Hey,
that-
Austin,
that's out.
sorry.
I'm not done.
We have a, I just want to let you guys know, we have a DC area code phone number that's in the waiting room. So when you guys wrap up, it's probably Tony Dearman, but we need to verify before we let him in. So we need this portion, the public portion to wrap up soon. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Alana. I just wanted to let everyone know.
I would let Director German, it's Tony, let him in.
Let 'em in.
And if we
You
can
done,
move,
Maya?
because we're 5 minutes late.
So we're gonna go in with Tony, so we're gonna have go into close, so I need a motion to go into close.
I can make that motion.
We got a motion and support, all in favor? All opposed? Okay, motion carried. Gotta ask you to step out for a minute.
Yeah, and before we start.
There we go. Okay, everybody hear me? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you all for your support with this high school plan. My daughter was one of the students in the Gifted and Talented program last year who helped draft the original plan. She is one that I would describe as a youth leader in tribal culture, as she's been a jingle dress dancer for 10 years now. The educational goals within this plan were not only student-driven, but they were also basically a list of needs that our students wanted in a high school. They see their cohorts move on to other schools and see a lack of upper level training and upper level education towards their career choices, or at least not until their junior, senior years. That some of our students are ready for that kind of education right now. They have built a solid foundation at JKL and are ready for more immediately in their freshman year. When my stepkids were in JKL 15 years ago, I'd always wished that high school would have been built by the time Molly was ready. She is now one that we have completely lost out of our school system, as she has been accepted to Interlochen Arts Academy, majoring in pop music, performance for guitar, while also having to complete her state of Michigan high school requirements in what you would kind of, it would kind of look like a dual enrollment like situation. She takes 8 courses. This has been an incredible financial burden for our family to take on, but no, it's a necessary move for her future. She will not get this quality of education here locally. Fortunately for her, we have taken on the risk of an $830 tuition payment monthly for her to be there, because we're unable to use her public school allotment that JKL High School would have gotten for her. Had we not been able to take on this financial risk, she would have been at Sioux High right now. If JKL High School existed for her, she could be attending there right now while also being able to take Interlochen credentials through their online program, while also not having to move away for private school. At this high school, at Interlochen, she often feels out of place. She is one of only 3 Native American students out of their 500 student population. Luckily for her, one of the other 2 students is also heavily tied to culture, so she at least has one person there within the tribal cultural realm.
I think the mic just cut out.
Oh. Is it still green? It's still green.
Tyler, we can hear.
Okay. Okay. So in summary, many of our kids are hands-on learners, many of which come from Susan Solomon's Gifted and Talented program, and these kids learn in a different way that allow them to be pretty much ready for workforce training immediately. And I really hope that this is going to be one big step in being able to get to a high school for next fall, so that way our students can start venturing into their chosen career paths sooner to give them better success. So, thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other public comment on the high school expansion? Seeing none? Okay, Austin and Aaron.
So I assume that this will be the last speaker list before we finally vote on a motion to potentially send a recommendation to the larger board, which is comical considering the whole board is here right now, to approve this plan. But I just want to tell the members and the public who are watching this that we did have a session with Tony Dearman. So we didn't live stream it because he's the director of the Bureau of Indian Education, and, you know, to maintain a healthy relationship with them, I mean, he wasn't agreeable to have his words live streamed. But what he did is he stated very clearly that we are able to build a high school and we are able to have it financed through 105L leasing and ISEP funding. I mean, that was crystal clear. Even though there's a moratorium on new Native American high schools being paid for by the Bureau of Indian Education, we're in a unique position because our original application, which was approved by the BIA, listed grades 9 all the way through 12. So we're allowed to do that, and we're in a position where a lot of tribes would absolutely salivate to be in our shoes. And if we build it, they will come. This school is supported by the students, as evidenced by the student-driven initiative to come to the board of directors and propose it. It's supported by the parents, which is evidenced by the high school survey that went out to the parents. Our financial team has reported that it's financially feasible to build a school and then have it paid for with ISEP dollars and/or 105L leasing. JKL supports it. I mean, you're the superintendent, Sioux Tribe member, you know, and we couldn't be more proud of you bringing this forward to us. The legal department has verified that we can do this, you know, in agreement with the Bureau of Indian Education. You know, and the plan right now is to expand it one grade at a time, take a staggered approach, utilize one of the buildings that we have right now, which we have no plans for, which if we don't renovate, you know, it's just gonna be one of the empty buildings on our reservation that just rot like so many buildings have done before. And we're in a great position right now because the school needs a temporary place to house 9th grade, and they have a way to pay us back for that with the ISEP funds that they'll receive from those 9th graders in that class. So we reviewed that plan step by step with Director Dearman, and he referred to it as very smart. And he said it is smarter to go that approach than to just build a school and then to ask the Bureau of Indian Education to pay for it, carte blanche. So I'm supportive of this 100%. You know, we've been talking about this for the last year, and I'm not willing to punt it another year to lose another year of students who'd be eligible to attend this high school. I have 2 kids that attend that the JKL school, and I'm so fortunate for the education that they receive. You know, they receive accommodations, one of whom is disabled, that they wouldn't be able to receive at the public schools. And Tiffany, I completely agree with you. My niece Ava is a graduate of Interlochen. She was like 15 years old when she graduated. She's like the biggest high achiever I've ever met. She's a ballerina. You know, she you know, took front and center in like you know, all the ballet dances and whatnot. And that's the type of education that our students have to go out and try to find, because it can't be replicated with public schools. And that's a direct testament to the work that you do, Dr. Dale, in the larger JKL school. You know, you guys do an absolutely fantastic job educating our kids, and I have the utmost respect for each and every one of you. So that I yield to Aaron.
Aaron.
I make a motion that the JKL fiduciary approve of recommendations of the Sioux Tribe Board of Directors to expand the JKL school to include 9th grade for the 2026-27 school year and begin the planning for a full JKL high school, including financing to build our own school. Additionally, that we look to commit to our relationship with Malcolm and identify opportunities for financing to do so.
Support.
Got a motion and support, comments?
You have it.
Okay. Thank you.
Any comments? Then roll call, please.
You all have it too, by the way.
Thank you, Aaron. Tyler? Is he still there?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can, thank you. And that was a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Bridget?
Yes.
Lana?
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel?
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee? She was on. Austin?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Rob?
I don't know if he got back on.
He did. I don't know if he's still there. Aaron?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Okay, it carries.
Unanimous. Thank you for your hard work on this.
Okay,
Did you get my vote?
No, what was it?
It was yes.
Okay, thank you.
moving down on the agenda, school reports. We'll start out, we'll save you for last, Carolyn. So Sioux Tribe Education.
Good morning. My report's fairly short today compared to usual, so we'll go through this really quick. Administratively, I'd like to start out and say, as I mentioned last month, Ashley Mielke has started as our Assistant Education Director. Last month was spent really planning her onboarding, orientation, and she's been working side by side. She's only been with us for about a week, but we're working. I know. We're doing a lot of hard training and establishing our exact roles, developing our plan, and deep diving into everything that we need to be doing. So that's really exciting to have her on board, and it will really, really help. We're excited, we're really starting some deep collaborations with our internal departments. We met with natural resources on ways we can partner for possible internships and agreements with schools. So we also have an upcoming meeting with culture and community health and natural resources and us all at the table to really start working on these internal relationships and collaborations. So we're excited about that as well. The most exciting thing on my report is that we are happy to announce that we have been selected as recipients for the 2026 My Leap Out of School Time Grant. It was a lot of hard work with our team. I also want to thank Larry Jocks and Susie Schlehuber from Lake Superior Academy. This was that joint application that you all had approved us to apply. The total award is $705,355. We are working on the detailed budget with My Leap right now. That money will be split a little over $500,000 to our YEA program spanned across all sites, and we have a set amount that we will have to spend on each site. So once LSA will also have a portion of that. And we're coming back, actually the resolution's all drafted, to come to next week's meeting to accept that award. And then due to the timelines with My Leap, we'll have to come back once more to establish the defined budget once it's approved, so through My Leap. So that is really, really exciting, a really big grant for our tribal students in our YEA program at LSA. Moving on, our summer internship program, yes, it's that time already. We are only in January, but we will be releasing the announcement for the 2026 summer internship program with selections to take place in March. So we are deep in the planning phases for that. Early childhood education, I reported this last month, but we still have all of our existing teachers intact for our classrooms. I met with Chandra yesterday. The health there is very apparent with our teaching staff, and so we hopefully, I feel that we are on the right path this year to possibly open those 3 vacant classrooms, and I feel confident in saying that. So that's really exciting as well. My office is providing a lot of daily support over there right now, as we still have a couple supervisory positions. We did just hire the health services supervisor. We still have a family services specialist, or a couple of those, one in St. Ignace, one in the Sioux, and our education disability supervisor position, but we have been doing interviews on those. So we are making progress, and if we can get those supervisor positions filled, that will help a lot. Moving on to higher education, we have 2 open programs right now, as I announced last month. This Friday is the deadline for the fall 2025 self-sufficiency, which is the grades of C or better for our tribal students attending anywhere in the U.S. University. So that wraps up on Friday, and then we will be working on processing and getting those awards out. The winter 2026, so our current semester unmet needs grant program, is also open, and that closes the end of January 30th. That one's a little bit more back and forth with the schools and calculating the unmet need of the students, but we are working simultaneously to get both those processed and still falling within our timelines, our projected timelines. Higher Education Committee, with the recent appointment of Director Paymont, is at full capacity. We are trucking along. We've been working really hard on the bylaws and updating those, and so we're almost ready to come to the board to have those adopted, and then now that we have a full committee, really looking at our new goals and objectives for that program, or for that committee. Youth Development Fund, I will have final numbers in the next report for 2025, but in December, we funded 42 youth out of that fund, and we have released the 2026, which was posted, the 2026 fiscal year for that program as well, which restarts eligibility for up to $250 per youth within the 7-county service area. And then lastly, last month, our YEA program was heavily focused on the children's Christmas parties, which, from what I'm hearing, they were all a great success. So I just, again, want to thank the YEA staff and all that helped with those parties. They turned out really well. And I specifically want to thank Lisa Burnside. She puts in a lot of hard work. And then I provided some numbers there. I do want to clarify, you'll see in some of the areas, they look higher. It is the school year, so in some areas, we have some units that are more in the schools and in classrooms. So the 525 number for Escanaba, that is correct in that they're in multiple schools and multiple classrooms. Now that Ashley's on board, I've talked about school outreach, and I have been transparent in the fact that I have not gotten yet a loan to where I want to be with that. But we're working on a plan right now and how we can develop those relationships, strengthen those relationships, and get into more schools across all units. So that's a promise that we're working on that. So that's all I have right now.
Any questions for Steph? Aaron?
I don't have a question. I just want to reinforce your plan, because having an assistant director is going to allow you to go back out and, well, for you, some of it will be initially doing the outreach to the districts, especially to communicate with the school districts our plan for what they're required to do for Indian students. Right now, what happens is where they do have populations of students, they're required to get concurrence from the chairperson of the tribe on their school plan. In the past, we were working on developing that. Our previous education director was pretty far along on that, but then she left. So we need to get back to that and develop those, and then also give our expectations, rather than just signing a document. We give them clear expectations of what what we want in terms of retention, what we want in terms of interventions. We should condition our 2% based on that, because right now we just give it away and we don't have expectations. But the other thing is, wherever we have a number of students that would qualify for Title VII funding, or Title VI, it's now Title VI. I think we should collaborate with those districts to help them to count their students so that they can get that funding, because it's a carrot and stick. When we get that Title VI funding, then they will begin to do programming because they're getting a financial reason to do that. I know that's an ongoing concern that Lana has, so hopefully we can get back to that, and this will alleviate your time so that you can commit to that.
Yeah, the school, the proper consultation, the meaningful and proper consultation, I started out really strong in the beginning with a few schools, and I've been working with, like, Sioux schools, we meet monthly, and we go through all those plans together prior. And so, yeah, developing that plan and being, having that great relationship with the schools to make sure that we're doing it with everyone. And I'd like to develop like a schedule with all the schools on our meetings for those that are not only required to have consultation, but just because they're required doesn't mean we shouldn't be working with them. So even if they're not required, to establish those meetings. So we're still helping our tribal students.
Lana?
Yeah, I really appreciate that, Stephanie. I know that you do describe that every time that you needed assistance to get into those schools and assess, because, you know, and I'll put a plug in for Angeline Bully. You know, she really did a good job in the school system to the point where she would actually go in there and say, if you're not going to administrate this money right, we'll take it over. So, you know, I do want to give her credit there. I witnessed that. I witnessed her telling the schools that, because we still run into a big factor that school systems are getting that money and they're just supplanting their own administration budget, and some of them are cooking in the kitchen. Some of them are watching, you know, phys ed and aiding in the classroom, and some of them aren't. There is some really good ones, you know, that are working towards and trying to, you know, find out all the resources that we have available within the Sioux tribe to reach out for them. And I know that, you know, I've shared it with you, that, you know, some of them are asking for that. So I really appreciate the fact that you guys are going to be able to, you know, take a deep dive in that and go in there and assist those Title VII coordinators that we do have in place, and remind the schools that, you know, if you don't administer them right, we can, you know, they need a parent committee. Some of them don't have a parent committee, so they do what they want, you know, and I know that we really had a strong one there in our community, but, you know, the kids all graduated from high school and we're not allowed on the committees anymore. So, and you can't be on the committee if it's grandkids, because I already tried it. So, anyways, I appreciate that, and that's an ongoing thing. I know that Aaron mentioned that I was, because we've had this discussion. So, yeah, I really appreciate, and I look forward to hear what happens with that. Because at this point, in our schools, just in Unit 2, I know that we have 6, maybe 7 schools. I'm not sure even who has that program constantly. you know, because it always changes. There's not very much funding in Title VI anymore.
No, and one of the things that we have to do is, Aaron had touched on this, is in some instances, in some schools, completely reestablish that relationship. So I know when I first started, we went with Tyler to Marquette, but I would have liked to have a lot more follow-up and continue that, right? One of the things I have done is I've worked with the Michigan Department of Education and gotten a list of every single school in our 7-county service area. So I told Ashley, we're going to be really sitting with that list and what type of fundings that they receive and just the contacts, because some of the contacts I don't even have. And so establishing those and then, so strengthening relationships we are in and then building relationships. And it is going to take some time, but it is one of the top priorities here, so.
And I do want to say this publicly for anybody listening and for the director and the co-director. Past Director Hollowell and me and Director Lee now, the priority when we get our 2%, it's short-term funds, it's not much, but our priority is school systems. And we always support that. So that can be a reminder. I know that we can't ask for anything in return, but that can be a reminder that those take priority over anything else in our unit. And they have consistently for quite a few years. So you can have that in your pocket when you go talk to them. Thanks.
Thanks.
Don't see any other questions. Steph, I have a couple for you.
Okay.
One is I'd like to increase the internships, right? So I'd like to do it through a campaign of contributions. So what I'm gonna need is what it would cost to have an intern.
Okay,
right?
I have those numbers.
So I
from-
want to approach our vendors, I want to approach just the general public and see if they'd sponsor a student as an intern for the tribe. The second thing is, I know that now that we're through one hurdle with the high school, I would like, we carve out time so they can go, like we do wood shop, isn't it, for 8th graders? I would like to see something in the effect, right, and this is where you're gonna have to work with Carolyn, that if somebody wants to do like wood shop, that they can do that same thing with us, right? If they want to be an attorney, they can go work over with Ryan for 2 hours or whatever. If they want to be a doctor, they can go to the health clinic. If they want to do lodging and gaming, they can come here. So I'm hoping that we can incorporate that in the curriculum for the high school. I think it's very important. We can start to train our children to come work for us. So I think it's a win-win no matter what you do. Okay?
Yep.
Thank you. Sandy?
Good morning, or close to afternoon now. First of all, I just want to start by saying thank you, Miigwech. I know it is not, as Austin pointed out last time, not necessarily the fiduciary's obligation to commit or really worry about Sioux schools. So I'm really glad that, you know, you guys kind of thought outside just the JKL to just say, how can we also give funds to, you know, public school students? I mean, if you really look at it, the public schools are still 36% Native students. So 36% of our population is a big number. And with limited funding, you know, I often dream about going to work for tribal schools and work for the Bureau and all of that. But my hope right now is to engage more tribal teachers and really look at how we can support students sometimes from this side, right? Because they are still our students. And I left a job that I loved at Ojibwe Charter School to come here, and I absolutely love this job. And thinking back to when that happened, I was on the Title VI committee. I've been for the last 21 years. My son graduated last year, so now I'm sitting as like the teacher liaison. But I remember way back when I started that, and I was pretty young, and I believe Kim and Aaron and a few others were working on like high school retention and dropout rate. And, you know, we haven't come very far as the numbers since then. And so I'm honored to have the opportunity to get more kids to graduation. It's been wonderful. There's no better feeling than standing on that stage and watching every tribal student cross by, and you get to hand them a diploma, kids that you thought would never make it. I do want to also thank the board or staff to like the ongoing collaboration. I feel like since I've been at Malcolm, we have strengthened those partnerships between Sioux Tribe and Surya Public Schools. You know, when you walk into buildings, you see a lot of Ojibwe language, different things there, and that has come through different committees and things over time. So again, I just wanted to start by not for thanking you for not forgetting about your most at-risk kids in this community, because they still need all of us to be in their corner. My biggest thing is just that and it's a system failure, right? We put a dollar bill on every kid's head that walks through, and we should never think of our kids as money, but that's the political game, right? Any student that leaves our district and goes online is a $10,000 loss. 3 kids is $30,000. There's pretty much a teacher. And so it's always playing that numbers game, which I hate that feeling, but it's reality. So that being said, congratulations on the high school. I hope we can all work together to make it work for all of our students. You know, I think there is a place and a space for all. And it's just what works for them and meeting the needs of them. A couple things just for my report, because I know you guys have been here a long time and probably want me to move along. I just really excited about a while back I had told you guys I was part of a Teach Michigan fellowship, and we were the recipient of a $11,000 grant, and it's called the Maverick Way. Malcolm students offering service by learning, leading, and serving our community through leadership and wellness. And I'm just bringing that up here because part of that grant we wrote for our students to go in the community and observe board meetings, talk to board members, all of that stuff. So we're going to be reaching out to you as a board real soon to just see if we can make a collaboration where our students could, you know, just maybe we come have lunch with you guys and just talk about leadership development, leadership skills with their youth. So I just wanted to throw that out there because we're really, really excited about it. And a lot of staff wellness and student wellness tied into that grant also. We had students that worked the elder lunch right before Christmas break. They thoroughly enjoyed it. So we'll be happily volunteering for that again next year. Science teacher is starting to get out all of the Sugar Bush stuff, knowing in a few months. That activity, cultural, they wrote a grant for that last year. So the English class along with the science class, collaborate to do Sugar Bush right here on our trail. But they do like the science and stuff behind it first. So it's really awesome to see the pre-work that goes into that. And then they get really excited when they were able to bottle up the SAP, and we give it out as honorariums and gifts and things like that throughout the school year. So they're very proud of that. One of the things I also sit on the district school improvement team. And one of the things I was really excited about is the district just approved a hospitality and tourism career center class, which Mr. McCready way back when had said, if we're going to do something in this community, you know, we're based on, we're a tourism town and hospitality management. Our casino was one of our biggest employers. So I'm really looking forward to hopefully that becoming a good program, because as Isaac said, that will feed our kids right into a workforce that's in high demand in this area. Some of you may have heard our native advisor has resigned. She had taken a position up at Lake State. So this week, that's funded through Title VI, but I just wanted to put that out there. They will be interviewing for that this week, so we will have a new native advisor here at Malcolm soon. It's exam week for us, so you guys will be getting a follow-up report from me at the end of Q2 per the contract, and that will have all of our data in it as far as number of students, number of tribal students, pass-fail rates, all of that stuff. So look for that towards the end of next week once report cards and stuff come out. We do run our virtual blue program, which we had 14 students first semester. I have 19 right now, so that's going to give me 33 online students next semester. Again, I don't know if that has to do a little bit with that reconfiguration of schools. And then I have 13 on my waiting list for Q3 at Malcolm, so I'm doing interviews this week to meet with students to see if this is the right fit for them and what their goals are, and if we can get them to graduation. What else did I have? I think that is probably about it from my end as far as updates as things we're doing. And I think I just want to end again with, you know, Sammy Gwitch for just keeping Malcolm in mind when you are funding. When I was reading the minutes from last time, and I got to my part that says no funding needed, I kind of took a deep breath and I'm like, oh, that's what I said. But I think when I read it, I hope you all realize that what I meant was Malcolm has always been since 1970 something, and that it will continue, but the funding is much needed. So I just wanted to restate that also. Any
Thanks, Sandy.
questions, thoughts, anything for me?
Any questions for Sandy? Hearing none. Back to
Thank
Karen.
you.
Thank you.
Would you like me to give a quick update or talk about enrollment? Or excuse me, compensation.
Let's do the compensation.
Okay. All right, so there was a letter that I sent dated January 12th. I also have copies here if you need them. Also, there's a letter to my board, which basically states the same thing, but I wanted to give you a little more background. We've been here a long time, and I can kind of put this in a nutshell.
I did email that, what you had
Oh, McWetch, thank you, Lana. I appreciate that. I know it was last minute. There's really 3 reasons that we need to change our compensation structure. One is it hasn't been done in 3 years because it runs in 3-year cycles. 2, there is a lot of old inequity sitting in our system. We're a very young school. We're only 30 years old. And there's been so many superintendents through the years that there have been various years of service given, which we're able to go back and audit. I would like to right that wrong. And thirdly, I just want to pay our teachers as much as we're paying, I'm going to say, Brimley area schools. That was really our target. It has been very difficult for me. It's personal, not just professional, when teachers leave because they're making $10,000 somewhere else. I can make $10,000 more going to Brimley. I can make $10,000 more going to Whitefish or to Quamanon. And what can I say to them? That's a lot of money. So those are really the reasons. The compensation process has been lengthy, and I think that I've laid it all out for you. It's 2 pages, which is more than I usually write, but there was a lot to say. But generally speaking, we had a company who did this for us last time. We have the same business manager and assistant. They were able to use those same processes. The admin team was educated. The JCAL Board of Education was educated. We went through the compensation, all of the pieces, area comps, state comps. We know exactly who's getting paid what, where they are in their contract negotiations. And even to do this for our staff, to put the gold plan in place, we will already be outdated next year because we don't have a union. We don't want to have a union on our sovereign lands. It's important that we oversee and are good stewards of our staff's due process rights, their compensation, and their basic work conditions, which was the reason that they unionized in the first place. People don't realize, but our staff actually did unionize for about a year. That doesn't mean that we hold standards. That doesn't mean you bend to everything, but it means that you're reasonable and do as promised and treat our staff well. To treat our staff well, I feel like, is just to meet an area norm, which again, Brimley Area Schools was really what we looked at. You have already fixed, as a team, as a committee, some of the egregious adjustments that needed to be made, and that was for the paraprofessionals, bus drivers, and behavior techs. That has been taken into account for this plan, so they will not be overcompensated. They will be, right within the compensation charts of Brimley area schools. What questions can I answer?
What are you asking of the committee?
I'm asking of the committee something different than has been asked in the past. In the past, the compensation plans have merely been put into place without your consultation. You are my tribe, you are my tribal leaders, and I believe in transparency. I don't want to do that. I want to come to you and say, these are the numbers we're looking at, these are the reasons why, these are the area comps, this is what our staff are being paid, these are the extra hours that our staff work, because they work longer days, they work a longer year, they work a longer school day. So I am asking to look at all of the information that I've given. I've also brought actual charts of what the numbers look like, which are posted on our school website, so that's public information. And I'm asking you to look at that today, and then possibly February 10th, if not March 10th, to vote to approve this. I'm unclear if I need to ask for your approval, but I want it. I want you to know exactly how we're proceeding, because you are a fiduciary. It is your job to oversee this money and make sure that it's being spent appropriately. So I want to work as your partner, and that's what I'm asking.
Aaron?
So I provided this justification to the board, I think yesterday, out of my recollection of that time period. When the teachers previously voted to organize under the MEA, we met with them and dispelled the items one by one that they misunderstood that were the rationale for organizing in the first place. Subsequently, where they originally voted for 80-20 to organize, after we met with them and gave them some promises going forward, they voted 80-20 to reject and not certify that vote, because that's the way it works. You petition, you got 1 year to decide if you proceed or not, but they voted 80-20 not to proceed with organizing. If you remember, the tribal board of directors voted unanimously not to allow organizing on the reservation. And that put everything at risk. The two key items that were the basis for this about face, in good faith, we should honor these. And these were that the teachers have and the staff have due process rights in employment. This was achieved by the teachers becoming school employees and not tribal employees, and with the newly enacted due process policies and procedures in place. So that was already accomplished. And number two was that we keep the pace with the local market, actually a percentage ahead, because we promised to be a percentage ahead of the local market with salaries and benefits and a predictable pay scale based on a grade and step system rewarding for education, experience, and additional credentials. I think if we go back and look at the record, you'll find that that's actually almost verbatim what we voted on. And as I understand it, we are not currently at market, and that the proposed compensation package will bring us up to par with Brimley Schools, which doesn't have both a state and local funding source plus a federal one. So we have, Brimley Schools doesn't have that, we have that. And so we have even greater justification for meeting those needs because we have dual funding sources. So I believe we can afford it, and we must keep pace with the market and do what we said we would do in honor of our teachers and our staff that educate our children. So when the time comes to make a motion, I will be making a motion.
We got Kimlin Austin.
Okay, I'm glad to see this come forward because we have been promising this over the years since I got on the board in 2014. But every time it came up, things got political. Let's put it that way. And, but we did promise when we opened the school that staff would be paid at a better rate than our local community. So thank you for bringing this forward again, and hopefully we can talk about it at the March meeting and come up with a decision. And I'm sure Bill would be stopping us right now if we couldn't afford it, so thank you.
Austin.
So am I reading this right, that you have two proposed plans, a silver plan and a gold plan?
Yes, the silver plan fixes the compensation, but it doesn't fix the inequities at the time of hire over the last 10 to 15 years, where there was so many applicants that they could be hired in at base wage. People were so desperate for a job. And so now you've got, 60 teachers who are all working at different wages, even though they have the same experience. which they see as unfair and is unfair. So the gold plan fixes that inequity. I've kind of inherited this situation, and I'd like to rectify it once and for all, clean us all up, and move forward.
Okay, so it has a financial breakdown. Is that financial breakdown in addition to what we're currently paying staff, or is that just the total price of paying staff per this plan?
It's the plan price.
Okay, so it's not over and above what we're already paying staff. You guys are, they're your staff, not our staff.
It is over and above,
Oh, it's over and above, okay.
yes.
So for instance, gold year one, $2.1 million, that's a $2.1 million increase of what current labor costs are at JKL.
Yes.
Okay. So what percentage of that would the tribe have to pay? Or is there a proposal for the tribe to pay a certain percentage of that?
Yes. I have that.
Yes.
1.018212.
That is, okay. I wasn't sure what that meant, that acronym. Okay.
Yes.
So next question, Bill. So obviously, we're going to be expending funds to renovate the temporary ninth grade building, along with potentially using ISEP dollars to start groundbreaking in a new high school. I don't know when that's going to take place, but what's your opinion of this based on those future costs? Is it something we can afford? Because, I mean, we just passed, you know, a symbolic resolution that the big board is going to vote on, and we want to make sure we can still afford that. And if you say yes, I'm going to be supportive of this.
It's my belief that in addition to what we talked about earlier about the school expansion, because of the different areas that are involved, it isn't all fall on to dollars coming out of the federal pot that we receive from the BIE, that yes, the $1,018,000, however much it is, would be available on the one time to bring everybody up, and then that she had some second year dollar potentials that were considerably less.
Okay.
I don't have I had 133, but I think that's an earlier version. So the second year under the gold for the fiduciary committee would be significantly less than the first year. The first year gets them caught up, and then the second year, we just keep going from there.
Okay.
It would be 144,985, and the reason for that is many of our teachers would top out and they would just be getting their $1,000 bonus.
Okay. So Bill, what you're saying is we can afford the gold option, can, C-A-N. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
We can afford both.
Okay. All right, that's all I need to hear then. I'm in support of it.
And know that we would be true partners because the JKL PSA board is taking, you know, the same financial, exactly almost percentage-wise as the fiduciary, so it's like a true partnership in finance.
Any other questions from the board? Hear none. Public comment? Any public comments? Come on up. Introduce yourself. February.
Can you hear me okay? A little bit closer, is that good? Okay. Aneen, Angela Shapuneen, miigwech for the opportunity to speak today. I want to begin by expressing my appreciation for the care, guidance, and financial support this committee provides to Joseph K. Lumsden, Bawating, Anishinaabe PSA. I'm here today as a teacher and a member of the school community to speak regarding the proposed compensation package. At JKL, our staff work incredibly hard every day to serve students, families, and the mission of our school. The gold package would more consistently recognize years of experience, establish a clearer and more transparent pay structure, and help ensure that compensation is equitable across roles. Just as importantly, it would allow us to compete locally and statewide with other Michigan schools, which is critical for both retaining our wonderful staff and attracting high-quality educators and staff. As an educator, I see every day that teaching is not just about instruction. It is about relationships. It requires wisdom built over time, love for our students and families, and respect for the work and for one another. Over the 20 years that I have been at JKL, I have grown as a teacher by learning from my students and elders, collaborating with colleagues, and continually improving my practice so that I can better serve this amazing community. In previous years, when compensation structures have been adjusted, there have been times when those changes unfortunately had a negative impact on staff, such as the removal of our steps and lanes, wage freezes, or the absence of cost of living adjustments. Those moments were challenging for our dedicated educators and staff as they created uncertainty and made it difficult for people to plan for their families and futures. This new proposed package feels different. It reflects thoughtful consideration, fairness, and a genuine commitment to caring for the people who care for our children. It's clear that the JKL administration team has worked together to create a plan that values longevity, stability, and the well-being of our staff and their families. This priority is definitely not going unnoticed. It represents an investment not only in educators, but in the long-term strength and stability of our entire school community. The Gold Package acknowledges growth and experience in a way that feels fair, clear, supported, and valued. It recognizes that longevity and expertise do matter, and I feel this directly impacts morale, stability, and ultimately, student success. When staff feel respected and supported, they are more likely to stay, to grow, and to continue building trusting relationships with students and families. That stability strengthens the entire community and supports the long-term success of our school. I respectfully ask for your support towards honoring experience, promoting equity, and caring for those who serve our students every day. Chi miigwech for your time and for listening, and thank you so much for your continued commitment to partnership and the well-being of Joseph K. Lumsden, Powhatan, Anishinaabe, PSA.
Thank you. Any other comments? Being none. Carolyn, so I'll put this on the agenda for the February meeting. So if anybody has any questions from the committee, I hope they reach out to you prior to then so that we can get the answers. Okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Hey, so we're running late here, so is there anything else important that you gotta address?
There's not. I have a very brief update if you'd like to know about the facility and the construction projects. Other than that, everything's going well.
Yep.
Do you want me to proceed?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Thanks, ladies.
The middle school roof is currently being fixed by Great Lakes. They're honoring their commitment to tuck pointing all of the screw holes. So you might have heard about some leaks. Those are being overseen by John Thorne. The greenhouses are up and ready to be used. Technology in the commons area is underway. The covered walkways are under construction now, and they look really fantastic. The arbor is up and ready for use, and then we are working on purple strobes, which might be a new concept to this group. It's a new concept to me, so that if we are in an active lockdown, the purple strobes will be outside each exterior door. And that's my update.
Thank you. Bill, got anything real quick?
Well, I did, but somebody in the room stole my thunder.
Oh, well then, good, okay.
All the projects, as Dr. Dale mentioned, are going, and they should be wrapped up in the next month from the ARPA funds.
Awesome.
And December's financials are not available yet. We're still working on those, and things are going good.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Need a motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Got a motion and support, all in favor, all opposed, motion carried.
All right, guys, I'm going to give you guys a lunch break until 1:15. When we convene, we're going to cover Kuwait and Casino budget reviews, which will be closed because it's proprietary information. Then we're going to jump into executive reports. At 3 o'clock, we're going to have a hard stop to get an update from Dan Barnett. He's here in person, and we don't want to pay him more than we need to, so we're going to expedite that, and then we'll proceed with the rest of the reports, and we'll call it a day. So let's get back at 1:15.
He gave me a reduced rate for you guys for today, too.